Alright guys, welcome back to another video of the channel. Today with the leaks of the new movie, The Batman 2. So guys, what's it going? How's it going? So pretty. So guys, it's not a lot of information, but we had a lot of images, videos, even the AI videos are on fire right now with this movie, The Batman 2, and we are gonna have a lot of stuff after that, after talking about these leaks. It's not only focus this stream in only this movie, so I hope you enjoy the movie. Sorry, enjoy the video and see what happened. I'm gonna fix here now. So guys, the leaks of the Batman 2 is on fire. So we had the first image of the movie that apparently changed everything that we expect. First of all, I want to clarify that in the beginning, this actor, I don't remember the name right now. So Scarlett Johansson is of course in the movie. We don't know yet which is the role of Scarlett Johansson, but is I don't remember the name actor. Is Sebastian Stan, of course. Sebastian Stan is confirmed as Two-Face. This is important because a lot of people are, said that Sebastian Stan it will be another character in the movie. So that is a little bit strange because all the leaks, all the insider was, sure about that. In short, about this news, it said something like, of course, he is in the movie and he is Two-Face, but I don't know why. A lot of rumors, start to saying that it's gonna be another character, another villain, but right now it's super confirmed that it's Two-Face. For the other hand, we have these images. So I think it's in Glasgow, the same city of Spider-Man brand day. You remember not those days they start to film in Glasgow. Look at this. If you like the Batman, I think this image is gonna like it so much. And Per had, said something like, I'm really excited and all that. Because it looks really awesome. I don't know if Robert Pattinson or, the stuntman, but this looks super, strong, super tall, and super with this present, the Batman present, the Batman vibe. That is Batman. It's like the mean of Joker, Oh, this is Batman. This is exactly. I don't know if Robert Pattinson, but looks awesome, man. A little bit of this detective part that for me was controversial in the first movie because, of course, man, he didn't know about the Ratalada, The Ratalada destroyed Batman in the whole fucking movie because he didn't know about the Ratalada, and the series was destroyed because of that. What the hell? But here we had a little bit of, detective Batman. Apparently, investigated what happened here was shoot what was not what happened. The Batmobile behind. What do you think about these images? I think this image is look like more Robert Pattinson than the others. I don't know if you agree with me. Here is more Robert Pattinson style, and here It's more like a stuntman. Look at this. Stuntman, Robert Pattinson. Robert Pattinson, the stuntman. So, and the last one image is a little bit of the Batmobile here. I hope you enjoy this image too. I know it's behind, but it looks great. A little bit epic. So apparently, they start to film a Gaslow Street, investigation. And something that I really noticed in this image is that it's, in day with no night. That is something that changed in the last movie. So we will see what happened here. Why is interactive like Batman in sunny day? That is not common in the character. Of course, it's not a vampire, Obviously, he can fight in day, but the feeling is at night. So, what do you think about these images? If you like it, if you think that is epic or not. I want to talk about a little bit of the Batmobile, because I want to explain myself in this one, because I was thinking which is the necessity to create this and all the time realistic Batman. I mean, we had an Nolan that practically he created this concept, the concept of the realistic superheroes. But I don't know, it's strange. Okay, it's strange because Matt Reed overcome that concept and try to do something even more realistic stuff, even more. So what the hell with that? Why create a super realistic Batman and not, a sci-fi Batman? That is something that, in my opinion, of course, Zack Snyder did it great. If you like it or not, I don't care. But for me, the Ben Affleck Batman, the Affleck, actually, the Batfleck was something great. I think is one of the most incredible Batman with this kind of combination of realistic and sci-fi elements at the same time. It's about that you can see him and say something like, "This is it's not a superhero; it's a big man," but on the other hand, you believe that fight with Doomsday and create this kind of super jumping superhero style, and with this kind of Dark Knight pose in the comics way. So for me, it's something like that, something like a superhero movie with this combination of realistic and sci-fi elements. Zack Snyder did it great. I really love the Zack Snyder version, and with these images and with this Batmobile style, I think something like, I don't wanna how can I say it, the bad credit card, something like that, of George Clooney version. It's not about do something ridiculous. It's not my point. My point is create something like a combination. And this is the Ben Affleck, Batman, Zack Snyder, Batmobile. What it is? Look at this, it's great. Why not something like that? And the Batman, why something realistic? Actually, the Batmobile of, look at it, it's super cool. Why we can't have something like this in the Batman? I really like this one. And the Batmobile of Matt Reeves. Just I want to show you. Look at this. It's something like Fast and the Furious saga. It's bold. It's realistic. And why? I don't know why. A bold concept. It's a superhero movie, man. What the hell are you doing? I don't know why we had this weird trend about the realistic concept of a superhero movie. I don't know. Look at this. It's something like Batmobile, the awesome Batmobile with this CGI element. It looks like more like a tank, but it's to life, like create this bad sensation. But here is something like Toretto in a super race street with all the nitro and all Miami street. Hey, what's up, man? It's strange. I don't like it at all. It's bored. I don't know your opinion, but let me in the comment. What do you think about this Batmobile? Because a lot of the leaks is about the Batmobile actually. I want to show you the next leak. It's a short version, but I think it's inserting. Okay. And here, I don't think we don't have this one. Let me check it out. Here one. So I don't know if this to capture. It's not about that. It's shot to kill. So it's important. It's so crazy in that aspect. What happened? Why the police is hunting him? That is something that we are gonna know at the end of this. Well, at the end of this video, at the end of this, and the movie, you know, because I think it's not about something happened in the last movie. That is something that is happened here. I don't know. And actually, we only had one villain that is Two-Face. Remember that Two-Face Harvey Dent, and he has a really connection with the cops, and maybe it's for that, you know. Apparently, he ordered hunt Batman for some reason. Could be. Another interesting aspect is that we had AI films created about the rumor. So we are gonna watch one of them because I see a lot of this version of AI, you know, creation with the leaks of the Batman. That is the point. So, but this one in particular called my attention. It said something like, "Okay, this is good," and see what happened. Batman is hurt. Okay. Apparently, well, look at this. The Batmobile attacked by police. It looked like, you know, I can't believe this AI. It looks cool. Two-Face, remember, confirm right now. It's the first news that I said at the beginning of this video. I don't know if Joker is gonna be in the movie. Apparently, yes, but at this point, I don't know. I don't know if they are save him to the third part. I don't know. The Bat Signal, Harvey Dent, and remember, for this one, Harvey Dent, if the mayor is trying to be the mayor of Gotham, or the new mayor after the attack of the Riddler, and perhaps is disagree with Batman methods and try to, you know, kill him. That, oh, look at this. I don't know, but I prefer the Two-Face version with this and Joker region. It's more like something like, it's stupid. I hope that we don't have that in the movie. And actually, I prefer a Two-Face more, you know, established as a villain. I don't want to see his origin anymore. And here, guys, here is something super curious that I want to share with you, because at the beginning, the first leaks or rumors, you know, were saying that the villain is Mr. Freeze. But right now, I don't know why, a lot of insiders are saying that the new villain of the movie, you know, a couple of villains, and this is important because it's the core of all. I don't know why the people is saying that. So to the first villain, I know it's something like stupid, it's not a fact, but it's about that in the movie it's snowing, it's winter. So I don't know, but you can try to relate it with well, these two concepts. The winter, the snowing, with Mr. Freeze, a little bit logical. I know it's silly. I know that it is true that it's silly, but we have this concept. But why the chorus wolf? I don't know why. Insert that. And well, apparently it's that. It's more about, credits and not AI stuff. So guys, another aspect that, well, the first aspect was the concept of the core all in the movie. As a villain, we have two villains, confirmed, because I don't know which is the character of Scarlett Johansson. We had the core of all, and we had Two-Face in the movie with Sebastian Stan. But I don't know if we are gonna have Joker in the movie, because apparently, but could be because a lot of people is saying that we are not gonna have the third part of the Batman 2, because exists a concept that at the end of the Batman 2, Matt Reeves is gonna introduce, and this is of course the rumor that started with the DCU with James Gunn, and of course the point is that Batman joined to this universe, to the DC universe. That is possible? I don't know. I don't know if that is possible, but if something is true, a third movie of the Batman, or Batman Part 3, I think it's not possible, because right now James Gunn has a lot of pressure, because remember that Supergirl was a fail, a trash, if we're talking about in budget and box office. The movie was a mess. If that is true, if you want to believe it or not, if you want to hate me or not, Supergirl was a fail. And with that kind of pressure, James Gunn needs to introduce Batman, because Batman is like a Spider-Man. It's a 200 billion confirmed if you do the right stuff. If you don't destroy the movie, it's possible get 200 billions. Batman is that kind of character. So it's important to James Gunn introduce the Batman in the DCU as soon as possible. So the Batman Part 3, I don't believe that. And of course, perhaps Matt Reeves is saying something like, no, I want my own version, I want my own style, and this is my baby, and this is my project, and I don't wanna try to give it to you, to the DCU. I just want my trilogy and goodbye. Besides, we had the contracts and all that. But I think, in my opinion, that it's more important to James Gunn introduce the Batman in this universe. I don't know. We have more leaks. Let me in the comment, what do you think? Because for me, it is that. Introduce the Batman in the DCU. And a lot of people are saying that we are gonna have this introduced at the end of the Batman 2 in this incredible crossover with the James Gunn universe. I don't know. Look at this. It's a SWAT trying to hunt Batman. The Gotham police bunker tried to hunt the Batmobile. Look at those harnesses in the Batmobile. It's cool. I like it. So guys, let me in the comment what do you think about it. Do you like it? Do you don't like it? Do you think it's a great decision or not? But I think that I don't see the possibility of a Batman 3. For me, it's not a possibility. The only possibility of that is that the Batman 2 had a bunch of budget in the box office. Because actually that was of the decision of part 2, because I remember James Wan once destroyed this movie, once, you know, to erase, eradicate it, said something like, I don't care, I want my version of Batman, I don't care the Matt Reeves universe. But Warner said something like, hey, I don't care what you want, the Batman works and wants the next movie. That is something, that is the reality of this movie. So if this movie is a great success only for money, I'm saying that yes, we are gonna have Batman 3. But if not, it's, well, it's impossible that this movie failed. But what kind of success? A little success, a huge success? It's a different definition, you know. It's not the same success. It's a bad number in my opinion. If we had a little success, yes, we can join this Batman in the DCU or destroy this concept of this universe. So I don't know, when we watch the movie we are gonna have more information, of course, who is the villain, if Joker is all the concept that Matt Reeves want created in 3 movies, created in 2 to finish this saga, or a big cliffhanger to the Batman Part 3. So guys, remember to subscribe if you like this video. Remember to subscribe for more information, leaks about the Geek world, superheroes, and more. Something like sci-fi, fantasy, House of the Dragon, X-Men 97, the Batman, Avengers, Doomsdays. A lot of content here. I'm Wetex, and I'm gonna leave you with a whole review of the year. See you. So guys, I'm gonna leave you with this movie review. I hope you enjoy. Bye bye guys, see you. So the season kicks off focusing heavily on the dynamic and romance between Kara Sorel, Supergirl, and Jimmy Olsen. To be completely honest, Kara character felt pretty, tedious and a little bit throughout the entire room. For me, was so exhausting to see it. Was something, I don't know, annoying, For a season that only had 10 episodes, it's wild that they actually dare to put in filler episode in this season that their main focus is the romance, the looks. Well, the looks is something like super cute, super something like Sailor Moon anime. If you watch that kind of the anime show, because I don't have any reference to talking about a super cutest series to compare. It's something like that kind of series that it's only watched because it's pure romance, pure cutie, and all that. It's not the action scene that you know a lot of people is waiting for this kind of show. It's not action. Well, I had super entertaining action, but I mean it's not. Or at the beginning, it doesn't feel like the main focus. But well, that happened in the first episode. That it feels something like Kara Sorel and Olsen, Jimmy Olsen. So I don't know what you think about this. Do you like that? Because I really hate it. I was thinking like, come on, man, what the hell? I don't know, but actually I don't know why, but it don't because it's not the chance. Whatever. Okay, I was worried. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Yeah. Okay, it's fine to me right now. So I think it's everything is alright. My my little princess. Sorry for that. So, guys, on the plus side, the action it's good. It's keeps you entertained as I saying. But the romance, the whole shipping dynamic between the character is pleasing enough. You watch it, well, you watch it and thinking something like, hey, they kind of cute, but the fundamental issue is that it feels like a showrunner actually wanted to make a pure romantic comedy. It's like they were saying, oh, wait, it is a Superman show, so we had to throw it in action and violence. But deep down, their real passion was telling a romance story. So that is the point, that it's Superman. You need action and it's serious, but it's something like the showrunner. But we want more about romance and curious and all that. And you say, what the hell is that? And there are these constant internal struggle between delivering a Superman action product and making teen romance or teenagers romance serious. Because of that, the actions, while not necessarily bad, feel awkward and, shifting tone abruptly rather than flowing organically. And the worst part is the two filler episodes, when you only had 10 episodes and the core story isn't solid. So, well, it seems solid enough. Having the audacity to waste time on dating app subplot with scientific Harrian, Jimmy Olsen. Come on, man, Terry's in the problem. What the hell is going on with this? Transforming into an animal was a total kid in the teeth. Is what the hell with this one? I mean, Jimmy Olsen as Therian was absolutely insane in the bad aspect. And I'd say something like, what the hell? Man, you had Superman without power and all that. What happened with this episode? Regarding the animation, it continued with the signature modern DC anime inspired aesthetic. And it had the vibes found from day one. Sums up how cute and stylized the character design look, especially youngest audience, I think. While other it feel way too Sailor Moon, overly childish for a Superman project. Still provide a nice visual and a love for some dynamic fluid fight choreography. So for me, this series has two point of view. The people that actually hate it because it looks so girl show, if you can say it. That's I don't know. And this time I don't know. But the point is it looked like, man, it's actually for a girl. I don't know if it's a sense. And at the same time, that kind of animation, it worked for a fighting series with a lot of dynamic action scenes and all that. So it's 50-50, you know? Oh, let me check it out this night. Well, guys, sorry for that. It's a live stream. We had a lot of stuff in a live stream happen, especially when you are a small channel. So I hope your passion and try to enjoy this review for the whole aspect in the Superman show. So I was talking about the animation style and all that. Now we need to talk about John Ken and Lara Lane Ken and Attribute. Look at this guy. This is the problem. This little girl is so noisy. So noisy. Say hello. Just a little bit time for Superman show. Do you like it, Superman series? I know you don't like the Superman series. She doesn't like the video game, the series guy. So now a little bit of positive stuff about this show. We finally get Jonathan Kent introduced into animated media, and here we need to talk about the comics because I want to show you the first time that we saw this character. Let me show you guys. Let me see. Here. Jorge Jimenez. Vertical is here. Images. So guys, the first time that actually we watch Jonathan Kent in comics was in Superman short. It's that that I think that is an incredible comics. But let me tell you something. Is we had the first time in this comic Super Song that actually is super recommended comedy storyline if you want to read it, enjoy it. For the other hand, we had let me see the movie called Superman Super Song 2 that is a little bit interpretation about those story, and I didn't see it yet. Perhaps I had my review about this one because we had more participation about Jonathan Kent. But what happened? What happened with this character when he grow up? He has uh, his own comic book series called Superman, and it's supposed to be the replace of Superman father, or in this case, Clark Kent. That is the point of this character. But and we have to admit that in that aspect, Superman is, you know, is not in the planet in that moment. So Jonathan replaced him as the new Superman, and the people is was saying something like, "No, my Superman is Clark Kent." It's the same stuff always when you try to replace with a new generation and all that. But the point wasn't in that aspect. The point, guys, was this aspect, and that is the real true about the character. Let me here put it for the people in short. So, guys, the problem was that Jonathan was bisexual, but no is the point of that he is a bisexual person. That is not the problem. The problem is replace Superman with a bisexual Superman. It was something super real, and the people really doesn't connect with that concept. Something like why replace Superman Lois Lane with this Superman? It's the same Superman, but only bisexual is something super strange that happened, you know? So after a few comics and another, sagas and a little bit actually, it's not the best right for this comic and this character. Only I think it's 2 or 3 saga, and this is it. The end of Jonathan Kane in the multiverse of this. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know right now that what is the lore of this character. I think the last stuff that I I knew about this character was that he traveled to the Injustice universe and fight with the evil Superman and hand to hand and something like that. And zero clue after that. So I don't know what happened with Jonathan, but we have Jonathan Kent in my adventure with Superman. So let me in the comments, what do you think about this? I don't know if the concept is a cameo or or the participation, So, in this show, Jonathan traveled back from a dystopian future, and he's accompanied by his sister, Lara Lane Kent. So, I want to put here Lara for everyone can see Lara right now. Oh, and the same, sorry. So, is here. Lara. Oh, and I delete the image, sorry. Is here. Look at this. Lara Lane. So, Lara is a character adapted from alternative universe concept, like the injustice continuity that I said before, rather main canon lore. Even though she isn't a mainline, the mainline canon, watching Cloud and Lois interact with their future children and deal with the time travel family dynamic was generally fun and entertaining to watch. At the beginning, I remember that he traveled because he wanted to stop Haitian, and after that, he returned with his sister because Lex Luthor was the real villain of the season. But was the real villain actually? The answer is no. And that is something super real and not a bad aspect. But this is for the final video and the final part of the video. Right now we need to talking about hand Haitian and the power in scaling mess because the powers scale in this series is super, in my opinion, of course, super strange and super stupid. We're gonna put this one here. So guys, if you enjoyed this video, I know that we had a lot of noise and all that, but you like the review and all my analysis, please share and subscribe for this video. Get to more people. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your comments, your ideas. I love you guys. And attention. What? Let's talking about one of the major mistakes that started with the villains. Because the series leans so heavily into teen romance. The villains are handled terrible and make zero sense. First up, Han Henshaw in the comic. Henshaw originally started as a trial tribute for Marvel Fantastic Four. He's an astronaut whose crew is exposed to a cosmic radiation, but unlike the Fantastic Four, Henshaw's physical body is completely destroyed. Because of the radiation, he becomes a technopath, capable of projecting his consciousness into technology. In a classic DC lore, Henshaw transfers his consciousness into Superman Kryptonian uh, ship, and see, I think it's a Kryptonian ship, and Matrix allows Clark's genetic template to build a half cerebral and half Kryptonian body. That is exactly the reason why Cyber Superman can match with Superman insane strength, speed, and durability. So the point is that he copied in the space because he destroyed his body for this intergalactic explosion. The only power that he gets for that explosion is the telepath. Travel around the galaxy to find Krypton. In Krypton, or the rest of Krypton, apparently he found something like the spaceship or rest of the technology of the Kryptonian and a little bit of the DNA of Superman. So, if you read the comic, Henshaw is something like that, but the female is okay. Its interpretation is not the point, no? It's not bad in that aspect. So, let me show you here, guys. So, it's an interpretation, a little bit, fancy and cute interpretation of the character because the original character is more rose and a little bit badass style character. But what is the point? Because he found Kryptonian technology and DNA of Superman, so we have this combination. Of course, the Superman style, his hair, a little bit of his strength, and resistant and all that, and the technology that part of cyber style because of that. But in the show, however, Lex Luthor just built him using a standard text and a scrap metal. The guy just his technology out of nowhere. Painter stopped blasting energy beams and completely wiped the floor with Superman, Supergirl, and future Jonathan Kent all at once. So, how on earth it bases cyber created by Let overpowered enough to beat, and well, actually to beat up multiple Kryptonian without even needing kryptonite? Explain me that idea because I really don't understand what happened in that aspect. Later on, they reveal he had kryptonite in his shade and his chest to drain Superman power. But during the actual fight, he was already dominating them purely on brute force. Unless you had canon that let King using, less of a tech from Brainiac from season 2, the show never explained it. It made no sense and completely break the power of scaling. So, I was thinking something like, okay, he has kryptonite in his chest, and it's something like Metallo. Metallo is that kind of character that he opens his chest, attacks Superman, and this is it for Superman. It's more sense that, you know, only a cyborg, because at the end that is the point, only a cyborg built from Lex Luthor can defeat Superman, Kara Zor-El, Jonathan can at the same time. And the Kryptonite is only to kill them because I don't know why, because actually he they ask. Actually they love the fight. So what a real what the hell is happened here? For me it no sense and was something like terrible, man, terrible, because it no sense. And actually, they didn't explain something like that. That oh, okay, the technology or the Kryptonian technology that I stole from the battle in Kansas and all that. I don't remember well the season 2 of my adventure with Superman, but you understand the idea. I steal all this technology. I build my own Superman cyborg and whatever. And actually, at the beginning of the fight with the Kryptonite, start open his chest and start the fight in that way. But now, only at the beginning of the fight, he dominated all the fight with these three super Kryptonian battles. So, not spent at all, in my opinion. Let me in the comments if you agree with me because it now has facts. We need to talking about the Lex Luthor Chrome. Because one, well, Hedgehog was the first villain, but we need to talking about the second villain in the series. Jonathan Kane, at the beginning, traveled in time because the problem of hand Hedgehog. When he returned to his hotline, he discovered that the real issues now is Lex Luthor. And with this chain and the continuity of the events, now he has a sister called Lara. I think it's Lara West. After that, after the really huge war in the future and all that, he returned with Lara to stop Lex Luthor in past. So guys, after Superman lost his power to the Kryptonite, Jonathan and Lara return from the future to stop Lex Luthor. When they confront Luthor, we find out he had been created an unfinished Superman clone. In his panic, left activate the clone because actually Lara and Jonathan attacked him, and this creature initially behaved like a mindless brute, heavily channeling Doomsday vibe. And actually, they mentioned that name. He is a Doomsday, a destruction, the death of Superman's adaptation. So, during the fight, the clone gets pulled into the time stream, but then it returns. They sure reveal that entity is supposed to be the eradicator. So, I want to show something, guys, to be clear. Let me see. Yeah, the eradicator is something like that in the comics. So, guys, the eradicator is something like that in the comic. And I want to be honest with you. because I didn't read, a comic with the Eradicator before. I'm not a poser. I'm going to lie and say, oh, this character is pure evil. I don't have enough uh, lore to understand all the concept of the character. I only know the looks of the character, a little bit of the his power, and you know a few stuff. But this is the concept of the comic. What happened with the series? Man, this is super insane. Let me show you. Give me a second. Okay, this is yes. So this here. Okay, I'm going to move this one here. This a little bit. And here is up. Pretty easy. Now, let me show you here what is going on. Okay, perfect. So, guys, I want to show the Eradicator in this series. No, this is not the Eradicator. It's not this monster. The Eradicator is this Loki style. Look at this. Let me show you. The Eradicator. Where is he? I don't have what happened, man. It's this guy. Look. This guy. This is the Eradicator in the series. Look the difference. What the hell? Come on, man. Lucky in the house, man. What the hell? So a little bit of context of this show, Support. I'm exhausted, guys. Do you see? So about hour to be a live stream in my cave. So in this economy, especially during the reign of Superman and this era, the Eradicator is an ancient Kryptonian artificial intelligence and defense field to preserve the purity of Kryptonia. Well, actually, the Kryptonian culture at all costs. They try to preserve it and whatever. It eventually formed a humanoid energy body with the iconic golden bezel, and this is this epic aspect that I mentioned before. That is the content of the character. So, what happened in my adventure with Superman? The unfinished monster Clone travels through the temporal vortex and comes back looking like a lucky, handsome, emo anime pretty boy. Why, these strange and grotesque monster turn into that? It is what the hell? How is it possible that actually this happened? Into the middle of the final battle, he randomly morphs again into this gothic Dracula looking old man. I want to show because if this is not the ultimate Eradicator. This guy, look at this. This is the ultimate version of the Eradicator. So why at the beginning of the episode we had this pretty boy Loki style? Well, look, it's actually a Loki Emo style, and now it's a vampire lord of Pastor Bunny again. I mean, what the hell it happens? Can you explain me this transformation and the whole episode at the same time and the full? Oh well, in the middle of the battle. Why? Actually, I don't know why. All the character don't wonder what happened. I mean, why this kind of change? It's super strange. It's super strange, guys. The only way that to make sense to me in my theory because he traveled through the time and is tapping into different evolved interaction of himself across the timeline. But the show doesn't bother to explain it all that at all. So if this eradicator said something like, oh, it will say something like, okay, now I, control the time and I can travel across all my evolved body across the time. My youngest version, my oldest version, the most powerful, you know, version to destroy Superman. That is the point. But they didn't. And the character doesn't say something like that. The only thing that he said was, nothing. I want to destroy Superman and all that. You say, what the hell? And what the hell this Shane? And actually, that's something that I thought after the episode. Because while I was watching the episode, I never understand what happened. And I analyze that because at the end, I need to this review. But without that, I never understand this kind of situation or try to understand why this character changed during the whole battle. So let me in the comment, guy, what the hell it happened? Because this is the most strangest stuff in the series. So, guys, to give the credit, the writer understands Clark Kent core hot. It is fundamentally kind, gentle, and always seek peaceful resolution. When he goes to recover his power in the Fortress of Solitude, that was the presentation of the Solitude in the series, and dealing with Bizarro, that actually was the first adventure in the show. And they understand the character because the whole crew, Lane, Kara, Jimmy, tried to, investigate this old lab. And Clark was something like, hey man, we need to celebrate. I don't know if it was Halloween or something like that, or only eat something or wherever. So they understand that the point of Clark is not investigate the crime scene and all that. It just be chill, relaxed, doing all the stuff. Actually, so it's like an old man in a youngest body. And they meet actually they met this kind of another, and sorry, another. It's again this kind of cutest Bizarro in the show, the cutest Bizarro in the show, because all these characters looks handsome, no matter the cost. So, in this fortress of solitude, he refused to destroy his opponent, showing true compassion that show a purity is great to see. However, this is very fine line between portraying the character as overhearted and making him look weak or pathetic. At times, he's overly docile and passive. The season wraps up Clara and Lois a romantic arc. But I want to show guys, and again, the comic version, and that is the point of rich comics and this kind of analyze. And look at this. This was the version of Gladiator Superman in the show. Where is it? Oh, this. Because he needs to, how can I say it? Well, the Ted will destroy his enemy, and he that is the way that he back of his superpowers. But this is the version, and I think it's Ale Rocks. I don't know. I don't remember well. Let me check it out. Philip Kenny, Joe Danny Sanford. I know, here Ricardo Federici, the artist of this comic. This is the version of Gladiator Superman. This is the real Gladiator Superman. Look at this. What the hell, guys? I need to explain this, guy. I need to explain this. This art piece actually is super cool. Look the difference. Can you explain me that? Can you explain me the difference between these two images? Well, that is the real problem with my adventure with Superman animation, for my opinion. But again, there is a lot of people that enjoy and, you know, like this kind of animation. But no comment. No comment, guys. With this work and feminist stuff and whatever, I don't know. So Clark and Lois romantics arc. Throughout the episode, Lois was terrified of commitment and, about marriage, but after meeting their future kid and realizing the beautiful family and future they could be together, she finally opened her heart and proposed to Clark. And of course, we had the context to Lloyd propose to Clark. But if you think about it, this kind of Clark that actually looks like, and I said before, docile and passive, it sounds like you are so, I don't know, useless that a girl need to propose to you. You don't have to bold to do that. And again, I know the content that what Lois never want to do that. I understand perfectly that. But man, try to do something, you know, a real handsome, a real, the real man to do. Propose to the woman you love. But no, this show, it doesn't feel like that kind of show. My adventure with the my voice. My Adventure with Superman Season 3 has entertaining action, a cute aesthetic, um, and junior hots. You want to talk about this kind of animation? Well, it's aesthetic and ah, mm. But the completely weight filler episode. The no sensual power level with hand handshot and the bizarre execution of the Eradicator, the narrative currency took a massive hit. And actually, I don't know why they had a Dragon Ball Z power key, something like transformation. I embed my own theory here too, that they accelerate the DNA or the kryptonite DNA, and that is why they have this kind of electric power and all these VFX power accelerate the Kryptonian powers. But they did, and they never explained that kind of Dragon Ball Z power. So it's stupid, but I try to, form something that made sense to the series. But it's only in my imagination. No, it's not a real law of my adventure with Super. So if they get renew a fourth season, they really need to write in and decide whether they want to tell and focus on a superhero story, and that's it. So my final score is at 6.5 to 10. Let me know in the comment what do you think of this season. Do you like their version of the Eradicator and Handshot? Or do you find it as frustrating as I did? Don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives, and I'll see you guys in the next episode. So guys, the first Avengers Doomsday trailer is finally here, and it surprised everyone because it came out with almost no warning. There were some rumors, but nothing was confirmed. And now we don't only have the trailer, we also have the first official poster, and tickets are already on sale. So you can reserve your seat for this huge Marvel event. But not everything is perfect. A lot of people don't seem that excited. The hype doesn't feel as big as you would expect. So my question is very simple. Are all these leaks killing the hype? We all love reading leaks and rumors. But are they starting to hurt superhero movie? Tell me what you think in the comments. Do you think this trailer was epic even after all the leaks? Because at this point, some people probably know half of the movie before it even comes out. One thing I didn't really like was the tone. The trailer feels very dark and sad. Everyone looks worried, disappointed, or like something terrible is about to happen. And yes, I understand why. They need to shut us. It's a bigger threat than anything this hero has faced before. In fact, Thor, one of the strongest heroes in the MCU, is the one showing us how serious this threat really is. I understand that, but personally, I wanted more epic moments and a little less sadness. You know what I mean? The Infinity War trailer gave us the feeling of a huge epic conflict. Here, almost everything feels dark and sad. That's fine, this is just my personal opinion, but tell me in the comments. Do you think the trailer was epic? Or do you agree with me that first, all these leaks are hurting the hype, and second, maybe this dark tone doesn't work as well? Now let's talk about what actually happened in the trailer. The trailer starts with something we already heard about from the leaks. What looks like the fall of the X-Men universe. This seems like it could be one of the later scenes in the movie, when an incursion starts destroying the X-Men universe. We see Xavier watching what looks like the end of his world. There is a huge red ray in the sky, almost like the sun itself is breaking apart. This immediately showed us how serious the situation is. Mm, Well, now I don't know how Thor knows about Doom. That is a very good question. I don't know what story he had with this character, but he clearly understands how dangerous this situation is. He knows that many worlds could be destroyed because of Doom. And the trailer actually starts with this epic voice of Robert Downey Jr. as Doom, talking about choices that could change the multiverse forever. And we already know where this multiverse story could be going. I mean, Secret Wars. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We also finally get a clear look at Doom's suit. And yes, it looks like the comics. Kudos for Marvel. No strange redesign, no weird chains. It's very close to the classic Doctor Doom design, and I think most fans can be happy about that. Maybe they changed the suit in Secret Wars. Who knows? But for this movie, we have the classic Doom look. Amazing. It all take it. It could have been much worse. We move into the bigger multiverse story. The Fantastic Four arrive, and Thor seems to be the one connecting them with the Thunderbolts. This is very interesting. How did the Fantastic Four first meet Thor? What the shit we saw at the end of Thunderbolts? Maybe this thing happened right after the Fantastic Four and the post-credit scene from Thunderbolts. And this is one advantage I had as a fan who doesn't really, you know, who doesn't read every leak in every theory. Thank God I can still buy surprise. I haven't followed every leak, so I can still make theories and had fun with the movie. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I am completely wrong. I don't care. That is the part of the fun. So now we had the Fantastic Four, we had the Thunderbolts. This give us a good look at the different things that will be part of the movie. Then we go to the Wakanda and Talokan. And this is very interesting because it looks like the water is disappearing. And Baku seems to convince Shuri that they need to talk to Namor and they can join forces and fight this new threat, apparently. There also seems to be some conflict at first because the people of Talokan surround the Wakanda. But the bigger problem is what is happening to Talokan itself. And yes, we finally see that things people have been talking about. Thor throws a Stormbreaker at Doom, and Doom stops it with only 2 fingers. That crazy moment. We also get some very interesting appearance and a lot of action. We see Yelena Belova fight against Mystique. We get Cyclops and see his eye lights up. Really, really cool. There is a lot of happening here. We also see more of the Fantastic Four and what looks like some kind of fight involving Namor and Sue Storm. And then, of course, Captain America appears to bring even more hype or epics to this trailer. And well, there is a lot to analyze in this trailer, but I don't want to make, this frame by frame breakdown. This is not really the point of this video. The main point is simple. This is the first real trailer for Avengers Doomsday. And yes, there are some great moments, but for some reason, I didn't feel as much hype as I expect. Maybe because so much has already leaked. And now this trailer seems to confirm that at least some of those leaks were real. So if you haven't read the leaks and you don't want a spoiler, be careful. Another thing I personally did love was the CGI. I'm not completely sold on it yet. A lot of scenes clearly look like they were filmed with a green screen, especially the fight between Doom and Thor. And this surprised me a lot. I even think the Master of the Universe looks more polished in some shots. I mean, And the CGI, one of the things I criticize about that movie. But when I saw it on the big screen, it actually looked much better and more polished than I expect. I mean, the Master of the Universe movie. So maybe the same thing is happening here. But right now, I'm not fully convinced. The Thor and the Doom fight is one of the clearest examples. The scene is cool, it's epic. I understand what they are trying to do. But when I watched it, I immediately noticed the green screen look. Hopefully, they still have time to polish the visual effect before the official release on December 18th. We know how to confirm the date. Ticket already on sale. So tell me in the comments. First of all, do you think this trailer was epic? Second of all, do you think the leaks are running the hype for a superhero movie? Or do you think the leaks actually help this movie by creating more hype? So guys, do you agree with me that some of the CGI in Avengers Disney trailer doesn't look fully polished yet? When I compare it with the first Infinity War trailer and how incredible Thanos looks, I don't think this trailer is that level yet. Even close. Some shots, especially Doom vs. Thor, still need work. But don't get me wrong, I watched the trailer, I enjoyed it. There are some really cool moments. These are simple the things I noticed on my first watch. So guys, subscribe for more, and remember this is only about following the hype. It's about giving a fair opinion and enjoying movies for what they are. But if you want something like, oh my god, the Avengers Doom the trailer, well, you get it there. See you, subscribe, and bye bye. Hello guys, welcome to another video of the channel. Today with this series that is super controversial. We are talking about Lantern. So the series is what about, well, I was about to say movie, but you know, the series had been getting a lot of attention in the last few weeks, and it's still, but things have become a little quieter, and there is a reason for that, which I'm going to talk about, of course. Okay, the can, yes, everything right here. So last week it was, you know, a huge boom, and we are seeing a lot of 90, a lot of 100 score, and something like the best HBO series, the in all time, the best DC series, and DC is back, entitled like that. If you thought DC was destroyed by Supergirl, don't worry, because you are going to find what you were looking for in the new DC universe with Lantern and many other things. And that, you know, the news are saying that and all that was something crazy, but you know, exaggerated the reality. If you're a fan of James Gunn universe, because well, before that, Supergirl give us a little bit of hope, actually, because for me personally, Supergirl was not necessarily a bad movie. It was not some huge disaster, but for the general audience, it was a failure. And yes, it really was a failure. But whether you think it was good or bad, it was still entertaining enough that I will not call it a bad movie. I know that it was a failure in yeah. I know that was a failure in a bad office, but it's not necessarily a bad movie. Not enough. But what do you think? Because of the failure, people attacked it so much that they turned it into this terrible movie in quotes. And for me, it's really not that bad. But then, with this toxic situation around DC Universe, Lanterns arrive. So guys, of course, the movie was a failure. The movie was in a box office a huge mistake, if you want to call it in that way, but it's entertaining enough to don't be a bad movie. It's entertaining enough to say, okay, it's entertaining, Pierre had a Sunday movie or whatever. It's that kind of level. Did you understand what I am saying? So let me in the comment, you think that it's a bad movie or not? Actually deserve this hate, or the hate with Supergirl. Now we need to talk about Lantern. And the review for Lantern had tried to make things a little better, right? They had tried to reduce some of the hate, some of the anger, and this feeling that DC was failing again. So the real question is, guys, does it work? Does it not work? There are a lot of things to talking about with these theories. And honestly, my God, it's look, well, it's look entertaining with a lot of strange stuff. I don't know if it should go straight to the ending, but I'm going to try not, because this is one of those series where there is a lot of drama and a lot of character introduction and all that stuff. And the interesting part comes to the end. It's, you know, that kind of series, drama, and the most important cliffhanger at the end. So, in a way, it is a little slow, but let's look in front of the point of view. Let's start with the time. Well, guys, the times is, well, I let's put the screenshot and here so we can look at it. So let me put the screenshot to talking about this series. I'm going to put it to, you know, had a little bit of a reference about the series. Let me check it out, please. Just wait a moment. I'm gonna put this here. This is okay here. It's great. It's not bad. I mean, the position is absolutely great. What else? Okay, I want to put it here. You know, something incredible and tension in the series. So the tone is definitely darker than Superman. That is obviously, and honestly, almost anything is going to be darker than Superman. It's also more. The point is that somewhere between Supergirl and Superman, because Supergirl was in some way a detour and a stranger movie, especially when you compared it to how hopeful and family friendly Superman was. We had a villain, Graham, who if I remember correctly, was a real monster. He was a terrible person who killed entire family in the film and did all kind of terrible things. But even with all of that, I felt that the tone of the series was better. It feels more serious. The characters are more like from Christopher Nolan style. You get that feeling of realism. For some strange reason, the series feels very Nolan. It does not feel like this colorful universe with crazy costumes that we saw in Superman, although that was already becoming a little less colorful. In fact, even the costume of the villain in Supergirl was very extreme, because I want to put you a little bit. Grand Supergirl movie. It's super crazy and super exaggerated. And all these guys is about the context. Look at this. It's exaggerate, you know? Vertical. Let me check it out, the image. New one, and is this one. Not only to get the reference. So it's super exaggerated, do you think I'm wrong or not? Because, I mean, seriously, man, did you have problem with that? Wait a second, please. I don't know why, but we had the right title in the video, right? It said, and Green Lantern, right? I'm not wrong. Okay, I hope everything is fine. Well, I was talking about the exaggerate of Supergirl was very extreme. You know, the costume was not even like in the comic, because in the comics, the character basically wears a small piece of clothing, and that is here it was much more extreme. And surprisingly, Lantern is the opposite. When you actually want to see the Green Lantern costume and all that, the series take that away from you. Everything becomes very realistic and very Nolan style. But honestly, that works well for the series. It worked well with that tone, and it's entertaining. So I'm gonna close this one, and I want to show how Jordan looks. You know, very casual person, as your father, your uncle. It's nothing like exaggerated costume like Grant from Supergirl movie. So at the beginning, we are introduced to Hal Jordan, and I had to say this: Hal Jordan is the most powerful, coolest, and most famous Green Lantern. Oh, I didn't. I had to point that because we had not really had a full Hal Jordan before. Not even in a Zack Snyder version. We had already seen Jon Stewart in the extended version, but we never really had a full Hal Jordan, except for Ryan Reynolds movie score. But I mean, in the modern DC era, so here we have this youngest version of Hal Jordan, and it feels a little like Man of Steel. We get this introduction of I am a superhero, and I'm here to save everyone. The space police are here. And a young Jon Stewart watches the greatest hero arrive, but then he says something very insulting, and this is super crucial to this superhero. For this little kid, here in the movie is the young version of Hal Jordan, but the point is here, this little kid watching the TV. I want to put the kid. Where is the kid? Here. And this is important for the psychology of the character. At least in this version of Green Lantern. First, we are told that Hal Jordan loses his parents. He joins the military, becomes a pilot, and eventually chosen to become a Green Lantern. Then the reporter asks him, "Do you ever feel afraid?" And his answer, the Hal Jordan answer, was no. So, the series gives us the idea, and later confirms it, that after Hal lost his parents, he basically stopped being afraid. Because, as I say later, there is not the greatest fear than losing your parents. What happened to you? You feel like there is nothing left to fear. You just accept life as it comes, with all the problems and all the pain. So the series suggests that this is part of the reason why he was chosen, because he has no fear. And in a way, I feel like this could be a small reference to the Yellow Lantern. If you don't have fear, you move away from the Yellow Lantern side of the emotional spectrum. Or maybe you move toward another part of the Lantern spectrum. So I think they have the biggest effects on the Jon Stewart. He sees Hal Jordan and thinks, oh my god. It's interesting because the series also takes it Oh, well, take this very forward with his father. Honestly, I could not completely understand if his father was abusive or if he was a simple, very strict person. Because I was not sure if we have supposed to be a good father or a bad father, but obviously he is a bad father. Oh my God! If he shoots at a child, you are a bad parent. that is obvious, But that relationship doesn't really feel traumatic to Jon Stewart. I don't know, for the specific character of Jon Stewart, and especially in this part of the series. Look at this. Of course, his man is a lunatic, but in some way, how Jon Stewart doesn't have a afraid because he listened how Jordan said something like, "I don't have fear," and that I think is a motivation. I think this is the motivation of Jon Stewart in this scene. I know. So, still, Jon Stewart starts to lose his fear. He understands that he has to face his fear. And when his father puts him through that crazy and cruel test, he passes. He basically used his fear as a power. I thought the series was going to explore more later, but John actually laughed, and this part is crazy when you watch it. Look at this. It's a big, huge hook, and everything is fine. Look at a night screen, and it's something like, what the fuck with this man? It's a crazy man. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with this family or with this crazy family. Do you think I'm wrong in this part of the series or not? It's super crazy, guys. And well, so guys, now we need to talk about well, he loved because he passed his father's test with the apple on top. It's, it is a very tense moment. You might expect a child to cry or something like that, but that doesn't happen. Instead, he smiled, he passed the test, and later become an adult and Hal Jordan students. The Green Lantern. Honestly, I really like this opening. It was intense and interesting because it showed us the beginning of Hal Jordan, the beginning of Jon Stewart, and how Jon was inspired by Hal Jordan. Moving on the car test that we saw in the trailer, by the way, we also discovered that there is a secret message for Hal Jordan sent by himself telling him to go to Nebraska. But we also start seeing the relationship between Hal Jordan and, by the way, before I talk about the relationship, I forgot to show you this part, and here is the test. It is the test of, it's super dramatic. It's something like goes outside, then shoot at him, and just doesn't even move. It's a poker face. Intense moment. I really liked it. And then we had the truck test. Oh well, it's actually a car test. It's something like here, you know, the famous card text. And this is where his father talked to Hal Jordan. He actually talked to him over the phone. And it's where we see that Jon Stewart doesn't really see his father as a trauma. It's something like in this part of the story. His father keeps training him around the idea of fear. I think this might be another reference to why these people are chosen as Green Lantern, especially Jon Stewart, because always work in fear. They need to be brave so they don't move toward the Yellow Lantern side. Then his father asked, "Are you okay?" And Jon basically said something like, "No, he's putting me too much pressure on me, and he almost killed me." And his father said something like, "Relax, breathe. Do you really want this? You need to keep going. Take the shook. Do not stress. Remember how hard you worked for this." And just said something like, "Okay, it's fine. It's fine." So, as you can see, this father figure, even though he is basically an abusive piece of shit, according to what the character show was, doesn't seem to have created a huge drama for Jon. It's super interesting in this aspect. The relationship doesn't feel like a completely bad relationship with his father. And I found that interesting. Then we get the message and the relationship between these two characters. And honestly, I don't know. It did not fully work for me. Hal Jordan is one of the biggest troublemaker in the animated series. When he gets serious, things change. But here, he feels like, a little different. I understand that it's a veteran, but here is feeling that it's putting a lot of pressure on Jon for no real reason. And I want to change something like here when they are eating. Here. He just keeps pushing Jon. He keeps bothering him. So I'm not completely sure what to think about it. Because we already know from the trailer that Hal Jordan is training his replacement. And that is important. Hal knows how important Jon Stewart is. It is not that Hal doesn't want to Jon to replace him. He knows it. He accepts it, and he is training him. But something is feel like he just bothered Jon for the sake of bothering him. So their relationship feel like a little messed up, but it's okay. I mean, it works because in the end, it's entertaining. It doesn't hurt the series too much that they are always fighting with each other, because Jon Stewart really respects Hal Jordan. And that is the point of this, because no matter the fact that Hal Jordan always been bullied him, the important reason that this relationship works is because Jon Stewart really respects Hal Jordan. Hal is a symbol for him. He is the person who inspired him. And the whole idea about fear is probably one of the reasons why Jordan was chosen. And this is where the relationship start to feel more natural. Because Jon Stewart is very strict with himself. And you know, even though Hal Jordan is a complete hassle to him throughout the series, Jon still respects him. Jon has his own moment where he gets back at Hal in a way in the series, but he still respect him. So, what do you think about this relationship? Do you like it? Do you think that I had the reason with this appointment? But what? And that is not a really submission. It's more about following the rules. Remember, he is a military. So follow the rules of the chain of command. Jon even said something like, I know how to follow the order. And that is what allowed him to work well with Han. It gives them chemistry. Because without that respect, the relationship will be a complete mess. So that respect allowed the history to move forward. Jon is always thinking, this is a trap, this is a test, I had to make the right decision, always in pressure. And Hal is always messing with him. For example, Hal goes to Nebraska and makes Jon fly all the way there. It's taking forever to arrive, you know? But basically, that is where the beginning ends. And honestly, guys, up to that point, I think the series was still interesting. It was telling us a good story, at least, you know, enough to keep you from getting bored. We were seeing the origin of Hal Jordan, the origin of Jon Stewart, and how they started working together. But when they get into the actual mission, when they arrive in Nebraska and discover that there had been a shooting, things become a little strange. It becomes a little boring. It becomes a little illogical. And I think the main word is slow. It becomes very slow pacing. And you start thinking, okay, but you know, do I really want to watch this? Because basically, here is shooting in Nebraska. There is a person who is supposedly be responsible of that, and her instinct tells him something like, okay, this could be an alien. But the local sheriff doesn't believe him. I don't know why. He is a superhero, but it's something like, you are in my place and you are crazy, man. And actually, she says, are you crazy? That is weird. How could he be an alien? I think you are wrong. I mean, man, he is a fucking Green Lantern. Here, this girl, this character is a pain in the ass, in my opinion. So Hal gets himself arrested, and he starts to fight. He get himself arrested, started a fight, so he can get into a prison to talk to this supposed alien. And it's shown that, you know, there is something much more familiar going on. Then they visit this ranch, and I think the first thing they suspect is drugs. Because actually, that is something that Hal Jordan said. What is going on with this ranch? And he said something like, no, I can tell you who is my boss is. Maybe the biggest surprise in the episode is discovering who actually owns that ranch, because there are a lot of armed people there. So I mean armored people, a lot of dangerous people. And even though they are connected to the sheriff family, you start asking yourself what is going on here. What or why they pay the bills of Hal Jordan in prison. And actually, if this even Hal Jordan is asking, if this guy is really your friend, I don't know what your real interests are. But in the end, apparently, everyone becomes friends again until we reach the final scenes. The interrogation and the famous guy that is supposed to be an alien. We can see him here, and it turns out that he is an alien, just like Hal Jordan suspects. Was something crazy, ridiculous, and so many aspects with this kind of test and this kind of question. You know, was super funny. How discovers it with a Harry Potter question and all that until this guy explodes. And now we get to the most controversial thing in the entire series. And I'm gonna post you this one here, guys. Oh. Let me check it out here. Give me a moment, please. I'm looking the image. What is it? I had a lot of him here. It's here. Basically, the death of Hal Jordan. John Stewart goes back to Nebraska, and now there is a lot of snow. You cannot even get through the area, and they discover Hal Jordan frozen. That thing is right here. John looks for the ring, and apparently it looks like suicide or murder. I don't know if it was suicide, if it's someone shoot him, but it's a gunshot affair. Well, actually, at first, I didn't notice, but after looking at it again, and you can see in the image, you can clearly see that it is a shot, or basically a headshot. And now I want to ask you guys, did you like this episode? Did you like the beginning of the series? What do you think? Because for me, the real question is, we had more than 60 years of story, probably closer 17 or 18 years of story. Even more, I don't know. And the best idea you could come up with was to kill Hal Jordan, the coolest Green Lantern who had not even properly adapted in the last 10 years. We are not even counting the Ryan Reynolds movie. That is what bothered me. And I think this is extremely ridiculous because they clearly knew what they were doing. And here is where I think they were not being completely honest. The showrunner said something like, we were creating the story, and the story kept pushing us toward this decision. And they even joke about it. the fans are gonna hate us. Of course. Of course that is something that is going to happen. Because it is a stupid idea. Because we had a lot of bunch of years of story of this character, and the best idea is kill the fucking Hal Jordan. Come on, man, please. So I don't believe that was something that they suddenly decide to do. Because according to what I read, because according to what I read, one of the first actors they consider for Hal Jordan was Josh Brolin. Thanos, Cable from Deadpool. So they already had the idea of an older Hal Jordan. And if they already wanted an older Hal Jordan, someone who was close to retirement, they had already thought about replacing him. Obviously, they had thought about it. What I mean is that the plan was probably always to remove Hal Jordan. I don't think they ever seriously consider a story where Hal Jordan will remain the main character. It was always about the transition. It was always about replacing him. And that is what I found extremely stupid. Partially a stupid idea. But putting that aside, there are many people with theories. But first, I want to know your opinion in the comments. Do you like it? Do you hate it this moment? I mean, the death of Hal Jordan in the series? A lot of people is saying that the villain is connected to the Manhunter. That could be a manhunting pretending to be Hal Jordan. Actually, that is something that could be happening. The Manhunter are the old group connected to the Green Lantern mythology. And sorry, I almost said Superman because sorry. I was thinking about the animated movie of Man of Tomorrow. I don't know if you haven't seen it. That movie has Superman, Martian Manhunter, and Lobo. And I had that movie in my head when I said, Manhunter. But anyway, many people are saying that because these enemies are shapeshifter. We already saw one of them turn into a human in the trailer. Maybe this could be a way for Hal Jordan to survive. I'm not saying it is impossible, it's impossible something that happened. But James Gunn has already said something controversial that basically confirmed the death of Hal Jordan. Once someone dies in this universe, they are not coming back. So suppose in a supposition, that this happened, Gunn said they are not coming back. So there will not be any miracle returns like Marvel has done many times. So I don't know. The way I see it, if Hal is dead, he is dead. And if you like the character, sorry because it's over. So for me, that is the main problem. You had more than 50 years of story, and you are so lazy that the best idea you could come up with was killing Hal Jordan. Because, like I said, the beginning was interesting. The ending with this death, well, was interesting, in quotes. But everything in the middle was kind of super bored and meh. So that is my point. With all that history, Could you not create something more interesting? The big idea was killed to Hal Jordan, and it's also bad for the character because now we may never see him in the future adventure. If you are really fan of Hal Jordan, you're done. And it looks like the most interesting story that they could adapt is the Black Knight from the comics, apparently, or the death of Hal Jordan. If they, and if they do wanna do that, apparently the solution is rid of Hal Jordan. I don't know. They could even do this other version. And this is a little spoiler to you guys, so be careful, but it's my theory, Maybe they want to make Hal Jordan becomes Parallax, or at least be controlled by Parallax. And I want to show you guys this one. Let me see. Let me see. Here. Where is it? I want to show you guys these images. Actually, here, Parallax. Now here. Look at this, guys. Just putting the images here, guys. So let me complete that. The other one is here. So guys, in comics and animated movie, basically Parallax turned Hal Jordan into a villain. I think maybe this is where they are going, making Hal Jordan a villain. This version shows Hal fighting with Superman. Look at this. Look at this. Maybe that is the direction they want to take. Making Hal Jordan a villain, but what I mean is, why do it so soon? Why not let him be a hero first? Why not give it up a few movies with Hal Jordan before making him a villain? Okay, here it is. And up there, you can see Superman defeated by Hal Jordan, and it's still in an older comic version from the 90s. This is also much more recent version, and here, old version comics and new version comics. These two images. And we have the animated movie, of course. And the animated movie is from the animated universe as Man of Tomorrow, which I mentioned earlier. It is also connected to the movies like The Long Halloween. I mean, it's something like the Batman Long Halloween. It is part of that same general DC animated era. And there is also a Green Lantern review in the comic. And you know, it's something like the revealed comic era and a comic called Green Lantern reveal that is super different, these two comics. Because one is a comic called like that, and the other is the whole saga or the whole era, you know. So be careful with that. If you want to read this story called Green Lantern Reveal. Hal Jordan was involved with other Green Lantern, including Jessica Cruz. I could not remember her name before, but I think it's Jessica Cruz. And John Stewart also appeared during this period in the reveal saga in DC comic or in the comics. Because Hal Jordan was not always around. Hal had a long period where he was a villain and did many things. I don't know if he are completely back to normal now. What are they doing with him in the current Green Lantern comic? But basically, the idea is that, you know, Green Lantern, Hal Jordan as a bad guy in the universe and the protector of the Earth was John Stewart and Jessica Cruz. By the way, Jessica Cruz is also getting an animated series in the style of My Adventure with Superman. We had Jessica Cruz and John Stewart, and I think that might be where James Gunn wants to take the Green Lantern story. I'm going to put the bad guy. Something like this guy. Where is he? Here. Look at this. John Stewart and Jessica Cruz as a Green Lantern. And I said before this, look at this, is DC Universe Review. It's different for Green Lantern Review. It's another story for 2005. It's not the same. Here is the comics with Jessica Cruz and John Stewart in the DC Review era. Look at it. I think this is the James Gunn idea for the Green Lantern history for this universe. Maybe something inspired by that period from the comics. This could be the James Gunn plan. Remove Hal Jordan from the main story, then focus on John Stewart and Jessica Cruz. Although, I'm not sure if the character here is John Stewart, by the way, because looking him, he has a mask. Let me compare this one guy. Let's see. Oh, okay. I was wrong, guys. I was super wrong with this one. Sorry. Jessica Cruz, and Simon Bass. So, this character is not John Stewart, sorry, it's Simon Bass. This is another Green Lantern. That is what I wanted to confirm. I thought it was John Stewart with a different design, but I knew something felt wrong. This is Simon Bass. There she is. And this character also used weapons. So now we have the correct information. This is Simon Bass. And I think this is a direction that they could take. But instead of Simon Bass, they could use John Stewart and Jessica Cruz. Then they could ignore Simon Bass for now. And we will already have several Green Lanterns in the universe. We had Hal Jordan, in quotes. We had John Stewart. Maybe they introduced Jessica Cruz at the end of the season, so we could have 4 Green Lantern and Hal become villain after his death. Because I don't think they want to put Guy Gardner and John Stewart together at the same pair or at the same story and the same, I'm gonna say, show. Actually, I think Guy Gardner is gonna have a cameo in the next episode, episode 2, but it's only that, a cameo. It's not the partner of John Stewart, because remember, it's pain in the ass. But they could always make a Guy Gardner spin-off that actually I don't know why James Gunn preferred to do Jimmy Olsen spin-off instead of Guy Gardner, or even Mr. Miracle. I don't remember the name right now. Mr. Super James Gunn. I don't know why I had this name in my head, Mr. Miracle. It's not Mr. Miracle. It's what the hell? Why the name of what the hell? Come on, man. Really, man. I just want the name of this superhero. Superman, man. Mr. Terrific. I don't know why I said Mr. Miracle. Sorry. So guys, that is my theory. I don't know if they wanted to create a group like that, or if they are simply going to remove Hal Jordan. From my point of view, there are 3 or 2 possible ways. Let's remove this so you can see the whole picture. Hal Jordan really died. John Stewart became his replacement. Then they continued to the Green Lantern story with John. Maybe we get another season of Lantern. Maybe we get a Green Lantern movie, something like that. It's only the replacement. John Stewart, new Green Lantern, that's it. Number 2, Jessica Cruz joins John Stewart. They work together like we saw in the reviewer comic with Simon Bass, but remove Simon Bass and put John Stewart there, and then Hal Jordan becomes a villain or some kind of a zombie Green Lantern villain controlled by Parallax. And the number 3, that is something that could happen. It's not only, as a hater, that, they killed Hal Jordan, I hate your show. No. The third supposition is that Hal Jordan actually alive. He did not really die. Maybe the person who died was of a manhunter using Hal appearance. But honestly, I don't think that make more much sense. Because like I explained with the Josh Brolin example, they already had the idea of replacing Hal Jordan. If you cast an actor who is already much older, basically like a casting Batman at 60 years, at 60 years old, then you already saying this character is probably gonna die or gonna replace him soon. So I don't know. For me, this episode has very good introduction. The ending was controversial, but it definitely creates an impact. I give it a 3.5 to me. Honestly, I did not see anything close to what people were saying. And this epic statement, like this is back. The tone is better than Superman. It's true. The tone is better than Supergirl. It's true. In a Christopher Nolan style, but in a some way, it's better than Supergirl and Superman, in my opinion. So it's true. The series is slow. That is something true. And well, maybe I'm thinking these two personally because I think they were very, very lazy with this story. And that perhaps my score, the 6.5. Sorry, but I really like the fucking character of Hal Jordan. But maybe I'm being too hard on them. But you had my statement why the score. So they had to convince us why this decision is a good idea. But for me, at least right now, this is my score had dropped so much. And remember, they had 7 episodes to convince us that Kill House Jordan is a great idea. It's hard, could be impossible, I don't know, but they need to try. If my theory that could be a spoiler that it happened, we will see what happened, you know. So people were talking about everywhere about this one, but that is what it is. So guys, this is only episode 1. They promised that the decision makes sense. What happened? So guys, let me in the comment. What do you think? Will Hal Jordan become the villain? Will we see Jessica Cruz working with Jon Stewart? Or is Hal actually alive? Let me know what you think. So guys, I'm Wetex, and I'm gonna see you in the next time. And now, if you want to support my video, I'm gonna let you these other reviews and drawing that may help to get the money the money from YouTube and go to the partner. So if you like it, remember to subscribe, remember share, and remember of course see this simultaneous live stream to support and get the hour and get the partner of YouTube. Thank you. So I'm gonna let you guys this other stuff. Thank you for your support. The Spider-Man Brand New Day is not the best Spider-Man movie, but it definitely presents the best Spider-Man we have seen up to now. Honestly, guys, If you are ready for this conversation after those two big statements, let's start talking about Spider-Man Brand New Day, which has finally premiered. The theaters are completely full. Expectations were extremely high, and there were reviews giving it 100 of, you know, out of 100. But is Spider-Man Brand New Day the best Spider-Man movie we had been waiting for, or did it fall short? Leave your opinion in the comment. What do you think? Do you like it? Do you think it's the best Spider-Man movie or the best Spider-Man? I'm gonna read you in the comment, guys. As usual on this channel, we are going to start with the negative things because this is also what the fun debate is. So, why do I feel that this Spider-Man movie is not the absolute the best? Well, for me, the best one is still Spider-Man 2. And that is because it followed the rule that a movie is only as good as its villain. We had a Star Wars with Darth Vader, or Infinity War with Thanos. Those are movies that don't need 10 or 20 sequels. With just one, it's more than enough to make the villain an iconic piece of cinema in general. In this Spider-Man movie, there is not even a real villain. And of course, we are going to talking about the spoiler here. The thing, as you may know, the main conflict is with Jean Grey. And the end, because something like the power of friendship and love, she is a friend rather than a true villain. So what is that intensity? What is that the real drama? It is interesting what happened, but my problem with this is that at the end, it feels like a single TV episode of the character. It's not a big deal. It's not a big scale. It's not a big villain like Greg Golding. And what happened with Unmade, that was something important. If this type of story is told in movies, when we are gonna see movies with a real narrative weight. For example, No Way Home had a clear logic. It had the three Spider-Man actor and a great villain. This movie felt like a normal chapter, an average day in the life of Spider-Man. That is why I will not say this is the best Spider-Man movie, because it feels more like a standalone comic book story or something like that, or to conclude it. A short story, nothing else. Speaking about CGI, something I found interesting, and you can tell me in the comment, is the practical swinging scene. I did not feel, any real difference between the CGI spinning and the practical swinging. All the flicks and movement were CGI anyway, so it made me wonder why they filmed it like that. I understand it was nice to share with the fans, but beyond that, I don't know. But again, the CGI swinging is very good. Maybe the best swinging and the acrobatics yet, but it looks almost identical to the previous movie. And the CGI, I mean, the quality of the CGI. I do not see a massive change there, and all this kind of stuff is something real. And now let's finish with the negative section and focus on the character. Peter Parker, Tom Holland is the best Spider-Man or not? For me, yes. As a fourth movie, Tom Holland finally complete on the character and had the right direction. You might be screaming that Tobey Maguire is the best Spider-Man, but if you saw the movie, I think we can see the perfect combination of Peter Parker and Spider-Man together. Before people said one actor was better than Spider-Man and another was better Peter Parker, here the balance is achieved. The only thing missing to make it completely perfect is seeing him work at the Daily Bugle to earn a living. Because I was asking myself, how does this guy pay his bills? But it's love seeing him as a street-level hero who works with damage control and the police. And that was something hilarious. It's something like, okay, he now forget Peter Parker, that is the plot of the movie, but you know, it's something like, hey man, this man, what happened? It work or no? It's only fight with the crime and all that is super strange in that concept. Also, many fans used to complain that Tom Holland was always taking off his mask every 5 minutes. Fortunately for everyone, in this movie he does not take off his mask for a long period, which made his hero scene feel much better and, something great for the Spider-Man secret or identity secret, that is so important in the character. Now it's time to talking about Jean Grey, the character played by Sadie Finn that everyone was talking about. Finally, we have mutant clear insight in the MCU. Sadie Finn is a fantastic actress, and she does an amazing job. This version of Jean Grey is extremely strong. If you pay attention, she can jump from mind to mind in just the beginning of the movie. Just like Xavier. When she gets angry, she can, telepathically freeze an entire New York street for miles. She also used a huge telekinetic power to make things float. So she's easily the most powerful Jean Grey we have seen so far. At the start of the movie, she could not enter Spider-Man's mind, but when her full power unleashed, she can break through even when Spider-Man gets a power up. It will be very interesting to see how he should interact with the rest of the X-Men in the future movie. Especially because, when she interacts with Cyclops and other X-Men, the most important thing is the villain because she easily can defeat anyone, any villain right now. It is the most powerful Jean Grey and the whole X-Men saga. And I was wondering what happened when she gets the Phoenix power will be insane. Imagine all that power in this movie, what happened in X-Men. Any villain is not enough to fight with Jean Grey. She kills all the ass she wants. And that is something important because if you remember the other Jean and the X-Men saga, maybe, she can control the stuff, but so easily she is tired. It's something like, oh, hi, come on, help me, and whatever, And only with the Phoenix Force is that she is so powerful in so many levels. But the normal state of Jean Grey in the other movie is something like, something like that. But here, it's something like in a state normal level, destroy the whole city of, freeze the whole city of New York Street. So it's something strange and something huge if you think about it. And guys, we have Hulk and Punisher. Hulk shows us that Bruce Banner wanted to integrate back into society. So he was a power innovator to live as a normal human and teach his classes. But when Jean Grey controlled his mind, she unleashed the wild Hulk that was sleeping inside him. When he transformed and said, no Banner, no Jean, only Hulk, oh man, that was a super cool moment in the movie. He grows even bigger and stronger. That fight between Spider-Man and Hulk was easily the best fight in the whole movie. As for Punisher, he is a judge for a PG-13 compared to his previous special, but he is still the same tough character who doesn't hesitate. He almost killed Jean Grey until Spider-Man, tried to protect her to save her life. I prefer and I understand that decision, when this solo character and his own environment and all that, he can, be a perfect asshole, a super violent character. But, when they interact with other character, it's important that, try to adjust the level of violence and try to adjust for all the indices. Actually, Tom Holland said that they are gonna include the big monster, this spider monster, in a dream, in the animated series monster reference. But at the end, they thought something like, okay, this movie is for kids, avoid that topic and whatever, and we don't have that thing in the movie. And it's the same with Frank Castle. And it's not only, shoot flower, it's an important character. And I was thinking actually something like it's possible to see the death of Spider-Man in the MCU. It's perfectly possible. And I'm not saying right now at the Secret War because we are gonna have the Venom and the Black Suit in that movie. I mean, after 10 or 12 years, I mean, 5 years passed to get another Spider-Man movie. 5 years is insane, but it's impossible, and we watched it in this movie. So prepare yourself because we possibly get the Spider-Man death in the MCU. I don't know when, but it's possible. A purple angle that the MCU is it for me possible. But well, guy, and overall, I felt the movie really started with the whole fight scene. Before that, the first 20 minutes or even 30 minutes, we didn't see the main threat clearly. But overall, I give the movie a 7 out of 10. And it's curious because all the crew of Spider-Man in the previous movie, I always thought that, that those annoying characters, I don't want to know about them. It's something like super stupid and NJ and the other guy. Ah, come on, man. This is absolutely stupid. But here was the best part of the movie. Was the best connection. With the connection between Spider-Man and Ned, his best friend. The connection with NJ that in that moment, she said something like, I don't love you because I don't know who you are. That is something really deep. It's something really important to the character. In that aspect, I love the movie. And it's curious because those secondary characters for me was a waste of time. Right now, it's the best part of the movie. So, it's present one of the best versions. So, Spider-Man Brand New Day is the best version of the Spider-Man for me. A bold Hulk story and keep the MCU connects without taking the focus away from Peter Parker. And that is another point. For me, it's not a bad thing have these cameos because a lot of people is saying, I want a solo Spider-Man without any MCU character. Well, first of all, we never really gonna have that because all the right with Sony and all that, the corporate right. So they need put some those characters to get the Spider-Man in the MCU. And at the end, don't bother me. They all that character for me is more cohesive. It feels that the whole MCU is connected. And that aspect is really great. I really enjoyed the movie. I really enjoyed the cameos. And never feel that Peter Parker is not important in the story. And maybe another character overshine. Nothing at all. And that is not the case of the movie. So guys, I'm with it. Leave me in the comment what is your opinion about this movie. Do you like it? Do you hate it? What is going on? For me, 7 out of 10. It's not the best movie of the Spider-Man. Spider-Man 2 is the best. And we had the best Spider-Man until now. Congratulations, Tom Holland. Subscribe and see you in the next episode. Bye bye. man. All of me, all of you, have your all and all your edges, perfect and perfection. I give your all to me. I give your heart to you. And I win it. When I lose, I'm winning. And I give you all to you. Por eso no puedo escuchar música cuando dibujo. You. ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo vamos? Fíjate que estaba en directo anteriormente y pues resulta ser de que se me cayó, no sé. Y yo como que qué mala onda. ¿Cómo vamos? ¿Cómo vamos? Estaba preguntando a Flora. eh, muchas gracias, muchas gracias. Por eso, felicitaciones, chicos. Que si querían como videos de noticias, por ejemplo, se acaba de confirmar Coco, parte número 2. Entonces, no sé qué opinas. ¿Quieres ver videos de noticias? O preferiría verlo con la noticia de cualquier cosa. Una especie de short que puedas desarrollar. Pero pues, no sé, pues, lo querrán con dibujo, lo querrán solo yo hablando. Esa es mi pregunta, pues. Estoy claro que quieren los videos de noticias, pero ¿cómo lo quieren? ¿En qué formato lo quieren? Esa es la pregunta del millón. ¿En qué formato lo querrías? Meguro. Vean ahí el presidente Jerry todo suculentón. Con dibujo. Ah, pues. será con dibujo. Y este personaje personalmente me recuerda mucho a Rick y Morty, o solo soy yo. O sea, no sé, como que me recuerda mucho al estilo de Rick y Morty. Muchísimas gracias, muchísimas gracias. Pues todo es práctica y de hecho no he borrado unos directos que puedes ir a verlo, que me salen horriblísimos y es como que no, chicos, abortamos misión, abortamos misión. Pero bueno, a veces le mencionaba a Flora de que me gusta más bien hacer esta parte fuera de cámara y ya después pintarlo o lo que sea, ¿no? Porque a ver que no vaya a ser y me salga horrible. Entonces, en ese sentido, pues como que bien distinto. Y dime, Megueru, ¿tú dibujas, no dibujas? Soy lindo, está pellito. Yo tengo aquí a mi cachorra y está todo lindo. Cabrero. Entonces, no lo sé, pues. No sé. ¿Tú dibujas, Megerus? Hey, hey, Austin, ¿qué tal? ¿Qué tal, bro? Bienvenido de nuevo. Sí, ahí estamos dándole. Ahí estamos dándole para que quede bueno, quede bonito. Sí, dibujo, pero en tradicional. Fíjate que yo ya no regresaría al tradicional. Es como que no es algo como que, creo que no me acoplaría ya al tradicional. Pero pues, también una cosa por didáctico, porque tendría que poner una cámara aquí y hacer muchas cosas. Entonces, pues, no estamos para eso todavía. ¿Pero qué dibujas? ¿Como anime o más realista, por así decirlo? ¿Qué tal tú, Austin? ¿Dibujas? ¿No dibujas? Por cierto, lo siento por mi cachorra, pero pues es un poquito escandalosa. Anime, of course. De hecho, no creas, este canal voy a dibujar anime también. Ya viene el dibujo de Jujutsu Kaisen. Así que no te creas que porque estoy dibujando más ahorita las películas de Disney, no se van a venir los dibujos animes. No te creas, no te creas. ¿Y viste el episodio de Jujutsu? Hey, me viene a ladrar aquí el pasó de culera. Y desconecté lo que no era o si era, no sé. Al oído de viaje. Yo no dibujo, pero me gusta ver las reseñas. Complementa. Bueno, sí, sí, en parte también. Esa es la idea, pues. Si no te gusta tanto pues, el tema del dibujo, pues normal, como una especie de canal geek, ¿no? Que la reseña. Entonces, en ese sentido, pues. Ah, bueno, pero ni me contaste si viste el episodio. Oh, se congeló. Déjame ver. Oh, ok, 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 ok. No, lo que se congeló, estimado, fue la cámara. Déjame ver. Te lo voy a poner aquí. Que la desconecté, algo así parece. Bueno, no sé si les molesta que la cámara, quitar la cámara, porque si no tendría que reiniciar el chat, bueno, el stream y ya se reinició una vez, no quisiera hacerlo. Entonces por esta vez, chicos, voy a quitar el... Ya, ya, pues sí. Voy a quitar la cámara, porque pues se me apagó. Es que tengo problemas con esta tableta digital, tengo que comprar otra. Entonces como que si desconecto una cosa se me desconecta y ustedes saben pues eso siempre da problemas. Ese tipo de problemas que uno dice, ah, qué inconveniente. Entonces, más que todo por eso, chicos. Pero bueno, lo importante es que el dibujo siga y que el directo siga. De todos modos, cuando termine de hacer los lápices, voy a ir a almorzar. Y yo creo que regresaría en la noche. De hecho, no sé, Megarus, ¿qué opinas de los directos a esta hora? O porque están los tres horarios, en la mañana, en la tarde y en la noche. Para poder ya pintar el dibujo y ver el dibujo final, el resultado, perdón. Entonces, no sé. Entonces, aquí vamos a poner ahí y así. Es que hasta la nariz del tipo es como suculenta. La línea guía me está perjudicando, así que por el momento la voy a dejar aquí. Ya me diste risa. Pero sí, es como suculento, man, suculentoso. Siento que estoy dibujando al padre de Timmy Turner. Oye, me tengo que ir, me llamaron para hacer la comida. No, como te decía, yo en un rato voy a almorzar, así que no hay problema. Muchísimas gracias. Nos vemos más al ratito, supongo. Bye bye. vemos. Hey, gracias, gracias, Austin. Gracias por seguir por estos lados, ¿no?